Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. Tonight you'll be visiting the Village of Sleep. You may remember some of my other stories, such as the Sleepy Bookshop, the Antique Store, or the Wizard of Sleep. Well, tonight, all of those stores are coming together in a long compilation of sleepy stories from this sleepy village. Tonight you will be transported to another world, a safe, enchanting place, far away from all that you know. Okay, let's do the relaxation session now, which will take a few minutes before tonight's sleep story. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support beneath you, whether it be your bed or the floor or the earth beneath all of it. Allow that awareness of the earth supporting you to enable you to let go a little bit more now. Wherever you might be holding, just soften. The earth is always here to support us. 9. You are safe. My voice will only ever take you to safe places. Allow my voice to be an anchor of safety tonight. A friend to allow you to unwind and to enter a dream world. 8. Feel into your body now. Really notice where you are still holding tonight. Maybe it's in your feet. Maybe your hands. Maybe in your belly. Maybe your face. Just release now. You don't need to hold on anymore today. It's time to let go. 7. Know that peace lives within you. Always. Peace is a part of you. It is just waiting to be seen, to be felt. See if you can feel that peace now. That peace that you deserve. Where do you see it? Where in your body? In your head? Maybe your chest. 6. Allow yourself to feel a little gratitude now for this moment, for this opportunity of rest. To be able to listen to my voice, bring you to a peaceful place. Five. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. Whatever thoughts are entering your mind, perhaps about the day that was, or what is to come, they do not serve you now. But they are not to be repelled or fought with. See them for what they are. Just thoughts. And allow them to float away like clouds in a starry night sky, or leaves on a moonlit river. 4. You deserve rest. You deserve sleep. We all do. Allow that fact, the knowledge of that fact, to bring you more into this moment. To know that you deserve this moment. 3. Begin to engage with your imagination now. Begin to see a beautiful little village in a land far, far away from all that you know. 2. Tune into your body one more time now, releasing any more tension. 1. Completely letting go now, as I tell you tonight's sleep story. There once was an old man who lived in an old land, far, far away from almost everything that you or I know. The man was quiet, humble, and gentle. He was also very wise. He had dedicated his life to one thing: time, or more specifically, timepieces, or as you and I might call them, watches. The man had lived a long life, and ironically enough, for a man dedicated to time, he had lived so long that he had forgotten how old he was. He had never married, or indeed had any children, and there was a reason for this. The man was the keeper of one of our universe's great secrets, but I won't tell you what that is just yet. In fact, I'll let him tell you himself, because tonight you are visiting his little watch shop in the little village where he lives. Oh, and in case you're interested, if you know the Bookshop of Sleep, well, the man's watch shop is 2 doors down from it, on the left. It's a rainy night in the village, as usual, and as you stand outside the old man's watch shop, the air feels almost suspended in time. The shop, nestled in a quiet corner of the village, whispers tales from different eras. Outside, the evening sky is saying goodbye to the day. There is a soft glow of orange through the shop's dusty windows. You pause for a moment, taking in the shop's exterior, a quaint facade of weathered bricks and a faded sign swaying gently above the door, simply reading Timekeeper. Pushing open the creaky door, you're enveloped by a sense of warmth and nostalgia. The shop is a treasure trove of timepieces, each with its own story. Grandfather clocks stand like silent guardians against the walls, their pendulums swinging in a hypnotic rhythm. Shelves and glass cabinets are filled with an assortment of watches, from delicate pocket watches to ornate wristwatches, each meticulously arranged. You look at them and think of their history. Who once wore these watches? The air is scented with a mix of aged wood and brass, transporting you to a world where time seems to linger lovingly over every object. In the far corner of the shop, under the soft glow of a hanging lamp, the old man is hunched over his workbench, his hands weathered yet steady, delicately maneuver over a stunning watch. The watch, an intricate masterpiece, perhaps leads you to dwell on just how amazing the human mind is, that we can create such beautiful objects. The face of the watch is a complex network of gears and springs, encased in a polished gold frame. The old man's concentration is palpable, his world revolving entirely around the tiny, ticking universe under his fingers. You watch, fascinated, as the old man's tools dance between his fingers. Each movement is precise and deliberate. You can see that this man has a deep-rooted craftsmanship within him. Years and years and years of working like this. The ticking of various clocks around you blends into a soothing symphony, lulling your senses into a serene calm. The man's grey hair is tousled, and his glasses sit perched on the edge of his nose, magnifying his deep, thoughtful eyes, which shine with a mix of wisdom and childlike wonder. As you silently observe, the man finally pauses, sitting back to inspect his work. It's in this brief moment of stillness that he senses your presence. He turns slowly, his face breaking into a gentle, welcoming smile. His eyes, reflecting years of stories untold, meet yours. There's an unspoken invitation in his gaze, a beckoning into his world of timeless wonders, and he gestures for you to come closer. You realize that you're not just a visitor in this shop. You're about to become a part of its timeless story. The man looks at you with genuine curiosity and says, "You are safe here. I am going to show you a part of existence you probably never thought possible. You, my friend, are the next Timekeeper, and so I must reveal to you the secret that I have kept for many centuries. Time travel is possible. And tonight, I will show you how to do it. It is a secret that you will now keep until the time comes to pass it on. The old man's words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of centuries and the promise of a secret untold. His eyes, bright with a mix of excitement and solemnity, beckon you closer to his workbench. There, amidst the clutter of tools and timepieces, sits a clock unlike any other. It's not particularly large or ornate, but there's something about it that draws you in, an aura of mystery and power. The clock's face is a labyrinth of gears and symbols, its hands crafted from a metal that seems to shimmer with an otherworldly light, with a reverence that speaks of deep respect and ancient ritual. The old man opens a small, intricately carved wooden drawer at his workbench. From within, he retrieves a slender key, its handle adorned with symbols that dance and change in the lamplight. He explains that this key, forged from a meteorite that fell to Earth centuries ago, is the heart of the timekeeping secret. It's not just a key, it's a conduit for a power that transcends the very fabric of time. You watch, spellbound, as the old man inserts the key into a hidden lock on the side of the clock. The air around you seems to thicken, charged with anticipation. He begins to wind the clock. Each turn of the key, accompanied by a soft, melodic chime that resonates in the depths of your soul. The old man's movements are slow and deliberate, as if he's not merely winding a clock, but tuning time itself. As the winding continues, the symbols on the clock's face begin to glow with a gentle, pulsating light. The old man's eyes are closed now, his lips moving in a silent incantation. The atmosphere in the shop shifts, the ticking of the other clocks fading into the background, you begin to feel a sense of dislocation, as if the shop, the village, even the world outside has slipped away, leaving only you, the old man, and the glowing clock in a bubble of suspended time. You still feel safe, though. Very safe, in fact. And finally, the winding is complete. The old man opens his eyes, and they lock with yours. He whispers to you, "The clock is now attuned to your essence, and you are the new guardian of time's greatest secret. The power of time travel lies within your grasp, bound by the duty to protect and preserve the flow of time." As you reach out to touch the clock, a thrill of anticipation runs through you. You are about to embark on a journey beyond the bounds of imagination, guided by the ancient wisdom of the Timekeeper. The adventure of a lifetime, woven into the fabric of time itself, awaits. Now, the old man looks up and smiles at you. "Shall we go on a little journey? Let me take you to meet an old friend of mine." The anticipation in the air is palpable as he readies the timepiece for your first ever journey through time. With a gentle yet firm hand, he winds the clock, the gears clicking softly. The air around you begins to shimmer, the walls of the shop blurring into indistinct shapes and colors. In a moment that feels both instantaneous and eternal, you find yourself transported from the watch shop to the bustling streets of Renaissance Florence in the beautiful country of Italy. You have just moved back in time some 500 years. The sensation of moving through time is unlike anything you've ever experienced. And as you regain your bearings, the sights, sounds, and smells of this historic city envelop you. The air is filled with the chatter of townsfolk and the distant clinking of artisan tools. There are even farm animals being led through the city streets. The old man, now standing beside you in this new yet ancient world, begins to guide you through the lively streets. He is familiar with this time and place, moving through the crowd with a sense of purpose and ease. As you walk, he explains the significance of this era. This is a time of great artistic and scientific discovery, where thinkers like Leonardo da Vinci blur the lines between art, science, and philosophy. You pass by vibrant markets and majestic buildings. You marvel at what you see, that people so long ago were so capable of building such amazing things. You look in the faces of those that pass you. They look just like anyone on the streets of today's world. It is amazing, really. These people that are long gone in our time, existing in their own little universe, going about their days, getting through life, just like you or I do. Of course, these people would have had a very different worldview. They wouldn't have left where they live very often. They wouldn't have known about other places far, far away. Even the clothes they wear would be drastically different from people in another country. Now we live in a world where we can see what someone wears on the other side of the world, but not in this time. You look and see artists and scholars debating in open squares, their discussions animated and passionate. The old man points out landmarks and shares anecdotes. His knowledge of this time is extensive and intimate. You get the feeling he likes coming to this time in history and has been a regular visitor. The city is alive with the spirit of the Renaissance, a period that changed the course of human history. Without these people, our lives today would be very different. Finally, you arrive at the workshop of Leonardo da Vinci. the old man reveals a surprising detail. He and Da Vinci are old friends, and the famed polymath is aware of the secrets of time travel. As you enter the workshop, Da Vinci greets the old man warmly, then turns his keen, perceptive gaze upon you. The atmosphere is charged with the meeting of past and present, the convergence of history and timelessness. Da Vinci, with a twinkle in his eye, enjoys the fact that he is meeting you, a person from the future. He is filled with questions, and then, being in the presence of Leonardo da Vinci, the conversation naturally drifts to the essence of humanity and the connections that bind us across space and time. Da Vinci, with the insight of both an artist and a scientist, speaks of the human condition in terms that resonate deeply. He reflects on how art captures the spectrum of human emotions, immortalizing moments of joy, sorrow, love, and despair. In each stroke of the brush, in every chisel mark, we see the story of humanity. He muses, his eyes reflecting the depth of his thoughts. The old man, adding to Da Vinci's thoughts, speaks of the threads of time that link generations. Every era, every civilization contributes somewhat, in some way, to human history. Our actions, our creations, ripple through time, he says, gesturing around the workshop, filled with Da Vinci's timeless works. You think you might even spot a nearly completed Mona Lisa. He continues, we are all connected, not just by the era we live in, but by the legacy we leave behind. This perspective, offered in the heart of the Renaissance, underscores the importance of each individual's contribution to the human story. Da Vinci then touches on the concept of interconnectedness in science and nature. He talks about the patterns that recur in different scales and forms from the spirals of galaxies to the swirls in a painting. Observe nature, for she is the greatest teacher, he advises. In her patterns, we see the unity of the universe, the interconnectedness of all things. The conversation then shifts to the power of human curiosity and the unquenchable thirst for knowledge that drives progress. Da Vinci, with a spark of passion in his voice, speaks of the endless quest for understanding that defines the human spirit. It is our curiosity that propels us forward, that leads us to explore uncharted waters, to reach for the stars, he declares. His words encapsulate the Renaissance spirit, a time when humanity reached new heights by questioning, exploring, and dreaming. As the dialogue winds down, the old man and Da Vinci emphasize the importance of empathy and understanding in forging human connections. To truly connect with another, we must strive to understand their hopes, fears, and dreams, Da Vinci states. In doing so, we find our common humanity, the shared thread that binds us across all of time. This sentiment, shared in the company of two individuals who have traversed centuries, leaves you with a profound sense of unity and purpose. A reminder that despite the passage of time, the core of human experience remains constant. With wisdom imparted and hearts filled with newfound understanding, the old man prepares to guide you back to the present day. He reassures you with a gentle smile, a promise that this journey is just the beginning of many more to come. You both bid Leonardo goodbye, and he assures you this is not the last time you will meet him. The familiar process of time travel begins once more. The surroundings of Renaissance Florence fading into a whirl of colors and sensations. The transition is smoother this time. You are beginning to get used to it, as the swirling vortex of time and space settles. You find yourself back in the quaint watch shop. The familiar sights and sounds of the shop envelop you like a warm embrace, a stark contrast to the vibrant streets of Florence that you just left. The old man, looking both ageless and wise, guides you upstairs to a cozy room above the shop. This room, simple yet comfortable, is to be your sanctuary, a place where you can reflect on your experiences and prepare for the adventures ahead. As you settle into the room, the old man speaks softly, his voice a soothing balm. You are now the keeper of time, a guardian of a secret that weaves through the fabric of history. But this newfound responsibility is not a solitary one. I will be here to guide and support you. I have many friends throughout history, remarkable individuals like Da Vinci, each one with their own stories and wisdom to share. And it will be your task to bring that wisdom back to our time. The prospect of meeting these historical figures, of learning from them, and experiencing different eras, perhaps fills you with great joy. The old man bids you good night, leaving you to the comfort and peace of the little room. As it rains outside in the little village, as you lie in bed, perhaps the events of the day replay in your mind. The gentle ticking of the countless clocks in the shop below is a reminder of your new role. And in this peaceful space, above the watch shop that transcends time, maybe you feel a deep sense of belonging and purpose, drifting off to sleep. You are content in the knowledge that you are the new keeper of time, safeguarded by the wisdom of the old man and the timeless legacy of those you will meet. The future is an open book, filled with pages yet to be written, and you are now a vital part of that unfolding story. In the warm embrace of sleep, you dream of times past and times yet to come, cradled in the heart of history, ready for the adventures that await. There once was a little bookshop. This little bookshop was situated in a little village, in a little area, of a little region, of a little country. It was run by a little woman who, like most people in the village, was completely obsessed with stories. My, did she love anything and everything to do with stories. Now, the little woman had lived in the little village all of her life, and she had opened her little bookshop when she was, well, very little. And now, she was very, very old. People of all ages would frequent the bookshop, and each person would often enter feeling a little stressed or out of sorts. But after spending some time soaking up the deeply calming atmosphere of the little bookshop, well, they would feel deeply serene and peaceful. Oh, did I mention the little bookshop was only open from 8 p.m. in the evening until 8 a.m. in the morning, and that if one desired, one could sleep the night in the bookshop. There were 17 beds, 17 deeply comfortable beds, all in different places in the bookshop. Some were atop bookshelves. Some were in the back, in the conservatory under the stars. Some were in the garden. Some were hammocks that swung high above the books. Oh, and some were in the tree. Yes, there was a giant tree in the bookshop. So when I say that the bookshop was little, well, I mean it looked little from the front. But inside, well, it was basically another world, a magical world that had pretty much all of the best books that had ever been written. People would come to get their bedtime books and either stay the night or go back to their little houses in the little village. Each villager would go to the bookshop to get the book that they wanted to read before sleep. Did I mention the bookshop's name? It was called the Bookshop of Sleep. One stormy night, as the villagers all walked towards the bookshop to get their bedtime books, it was raining heavily. This was the villagers' favorite kind of night, because they all slept even deeper when the cozy sound of rain would come and lull them into even deeper sleep. And on this stormy night, something unusual happened. The little old woman, who was always there to greet the villagers with a warm smile and a hand-picked book, was not behind the counter. Instead, a note was placed there. It read, "Tonight, the Bookshop of Sleep chooses your books." The villagers were surprised, but they all knew that the old woman wouldn't let them down, and this was going to be very interesting and cozy and comforting and fun. One by one, they drifted into the bookshop. The smell of old paper and ink, mixed with the subtle scent of rain-soaked earth, filled the air. Each villager made their way to their favorite spots, each claiming a cozy bed or chair or hammock in a nook or cranny. Some would even sit on a branch up on the tree. Outside, the rain started to fall harder, a soothing rhythm against the roof. As the villagers settled into their spots, the books around them started to softly glow. The little bookshop was always enchanting in some way or another, but tonight it seemed especially interesting, humming with anticipation and the mystery of the stormy night. Soon, each villager found a glowing book near their chosen bed. The Bookshop of Sleep had indeed chosen a book for them. Some books were old, their covers worn and pages yellowed, but still filled with wisdom. Some books were brand new, their spines uncracked, the smell of fresh ink emanating from the pages. Each book was perfect, not just in the story it told, but in the comfort it offered, almost as if the bookshop had known exactly what each villager needed. As they opened their books and began to read, a sense of tranquility washed over them. The soft glow of the books illuminating their faces in the dim light, the sound of the rain, the warmth of the shop, the comfort of their chosen beds, and the magic of the stories being read, all combined into a powerful lullaby. John, who was new to the village, after walking many days to find the little bookshop, had been given Wuthering Heights. As he sat there, he heard the words of the book in his mind. I lingered round them under that benign sky, watched the moths fluttering among the heath and harebells, listened to the soft wind breathing through the grass, and wondered how anyone could ever imagine unquiet slumbers for the sleepers in that quiet earth. As John continued to read, his mind was steeped in the beautiful prose. In all England, I do not believe that I could have fixed on a situation so completely removed from the stir of society. A perfect misanthropist's heaven, and Mr. Heathcliff and I are such a suitable pair to divide the desolation between us. A capital fellow. He little imagined how my heart warmed towards him when I beheld his black eyes withdraw so suspiciously under their brows as I rode up, and when his fingers sheltered themselves with a jealous resolution still further in his waistcoat as I announced my name. "Mr. Heathcliff," I said. John was enthralled. He could almost feel the wind on the Yorkshire moors, the texture of the old stone houses. He could picture Heathcliff and the curious Lockwood. Their words spoken in hushed whispers that blended seamlessly with the rhythmic patter of the rain outside. Mary, a young and deeply thoughtful woman, lay in one of the hammocks hanging from the giant tree. The bookshop had chosen for her the secret garden, from which she joyfully read. Her eyes wandered over each word, and she found herself absorbed in the soothing narrative. One of the strange things about living in the world is that it is only now and then one is quite sure one is going to live forever and ever and ever. One knows it sometimes when one gets up at the tender, solemn dawn time and goes out and stands alone and throws one's head far back and looks up and up and watches the pale sky slowly changing and flushing, and marvelous unknown things happening, until the east almost makes one cry out, and one's heart stands still at the strange, unchanging majesty of the rising sun, which has been happening every morning for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. One knows it then for a moment or so, and one knows it sometimes when one stands by oneself in a wood at sunset, and the mysterious, deep, gold stillness slanting through and under the branches seems to be saying slowly, again and again, something one cannot quite hear, however much one tries. Then, sometimes, the immense quiet of the dark blue at night, with millions of stars waiting and watching, makes one sure. And sometimes a sound of far-off music makes it true. And sometimes a look in someone's eyes Mary's hammock swayed gently as she read, and the words of the secret garden blended with the rustle of leaves in the giant tree and the rhythmic drumming of the rain. She could almost smell the damp earth of the secret garden. She could almost see the pale sky of dawn and the dark blue of night. The bookshop, the storm, and the story all conspired to bring her peace, a soothing balm that coaxed her closer to the land of dreams. And then there was Morris, the oldest man in the whole village, who lay back comfortably in the giant bed that lay under the roof of the conservatory. The bookshop had chosen for Morris the great classic Treasure Island. Morris opened his chosen book, a tale that reminded him of his youthful adventures. The book glowed warmly as he turned to a passage rich with captivating prose. From outside the house there came the soft sound of the tide, a sound that seemed to whisper of peace and tranquility. Looking out of the window, I saw the clear sky reflected in the still water of the bay, and the trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. There was not a breath of wind this morning, and everything was strangely quiet. The song of a distant bird reached my ears, and I found myself lost in the beauty of the moment, the simple tranquility of the morning, the peaceful waves, the melodious song of the bird. It all contributed to a sense of calm that settled over me like a comforting blanket. The world of the book came alive around Morris. He could hear the soft sound of the tide, He could see the clear sky reflected in the water. He could feel the gentle morning breeze. Now, the whole village was asleep, deep in slumber. Some in their little houses, but most in the little bookshop, each one in their chosen spot within the bookshop of sleep. The rhythm of the rain playing softly against the window panes. The rustle of pages slowly coming to a halt. A symphony of tranquility now echoed through the night. In the warmth of their individual dreams, each villager was able to walk into their books and experience firsthand the world created by the authors. They felt peaceful. They felt safe. And they all slept deeply on that special night where the books told them stories in the bookshop of sleep. This bookshop is a very special place, for it is no ordinary bookshop. This bookshop is run by a little woman who opened her little bookshop when she was very little. Now the bookshop only opens at 8 p.m. and closes at 8 a.m. the following morning. But the most special thing is that if one desires, one can sleep in the bookshop, providing visitors with the opportunity of having the sleep of their dreams. There are 17 beds in the bookshop. Some are in the garden. Some are in hammocks. Some are atop bookshelves. And some are in the giant tree that grows in the middle of the little bookshop. And as I told you before, when I said this bookshop was little, well, it's little on the outside. So now that your memory is refreshed, or if it's your first visit, now that you have become familiar with the little sleepy bookshop, let's see what's happening in this magical world where people come to read their books and sleep the night in the bookshop of sleep. It's raining again tonight in the little village. The perfect kind of night for a deep, restful sleep. And as the villagers arrive for their nightly read, the little old woman, unlike the last time, is actually there tonight. Now, she used to have a system where she would hand-pick the books for all of the villagers and visitors. But, as I told you before, she is getting very old. And so, she has come to like the new system where the bookshop picks the books for the villagers and the visitors. The new system in the little sleepy bookshop, as you might remember, is quite a magical one. Something that fits right in with the dream-like atmosphere of this place. As visitors walk through the ornate wooden entrance, the bookshop seems to sense their presence. The warm glow of softly lit lanterns dances across worn wooden shelves. A soft hum of conversation, the rustling of pages, and the soothing patter of rain on the roof fills the air, creating a symphony of peaceful sounds. Tonight, we meet Thomas, a kind gentleman who has been coming to the bookshop for years. He's tired tonight, and his weary eyes light up as the magical system of the bookshop senses his mood and preferences, guiding him towards a bed nestled among the branches of the giant tree. Now the bed is adorned with plush pillows and draped with emerald green fabric that almost blends with the leaves. As he settles in, a bookshelf nearby rotates slowly and presents Thomas with a very special book, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. That great book of life lessons written by the great Roman emperor. And as before, the book reads itself to him. It starts to talk. Constantly regard the universe as one living being, having one substance and one soul, and observe how all things have reference to one perception, the perception of this one living being, and how all things act with one movement, and how all things are the cooperating causes of all things that exist. Observe, too, the continuous spinning of the thread and the structure of the web. The book then turns to another section on its own and begins to read again. Remember how long you've been putting this off. How many extensions the gods gave you, and you didn't use them. At some point, you have to recognize what world it is that you belong to, what power rules it, and from what source you spring. And then it moves to another page. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Then tell yourself that it is within your power to live this day in accord with nature, speaking and acting with integrity, embracing whatever comes your way, As Thomas listens to the book, lying back in his luxurious bed, feeling deeply comforted by the magnificent tree that cradles him. He feels like he was supposed to hear those words tonight. Those words that echo through millennia, connecting him to a man who lived thousands of years ago. It reminds him that no matter when we are born, we are all just human, all just doing our best on this planet. He lies back and closes his eyes. In a cozy corner of the bookshop, a group of friends have gathered around a fireplace. They are regulars, often spending nights in the shop. They discuss the books quietly and share their dreams. The magical system of the shop tonight has selected a children's book for them to talk about. Peter Pan. The book glows as one of the group open it up, and as they relax in plush chairs, sipping warm herbal tea, comforted by the gentle crackle of the fire and the rhythmic sound of rain, the book begins to speak. All children, except one, grow up. They soon know that they will grow up, and the way Wendy knew was this. One day, when she was 2 years old, she was playing in a garden, and she plucked another flower and ran with it to her mother. I suppose she must have looked rather delightful, for Mrs. Darling put her hand to her heart and cried, "Oh, why can't you remain like this forever?" This was all that passed between them on the subject. But henceforth, Wendy knew that she must grow up You always know after you are two. Two is the beginning of the end. Of course, they lived at 14, their house number on their street, and until Wendy came, her mother was the chief one. She was a lovely lady, with a romantic mind and such a sweet, mocking mouth. Her romantic mind was like the tiny boxes, one within the other, that came from the puzzling East. However many you discover, there is always one more, and her sweet, mocking mouth had one kiss on it that Wendy could never get, though there it was, perfectly conspicuous in the right-hand corner. As the group listened to the book, they are all brought back to their childhood. And in that shared moment, there is a deep comfort that comes with hearing such a wonderful book. They feel safe. They feel completely at peace in this magical bookshop of sleep. Meanwhile, the little old woman, content with the knowledge that her beloved bookshop is taking care of her visitors, settles into a comfortable rocking chair near the entrance. She selects a book herself, a book of poetry by the American poet Robert Frost. The book opens to a particular poem, stopping by woods on a snowy evening, and it begins to read. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near, between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. He gives his harness bells a shake to ask if there is some mistake. The only other sounds the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. The little woman enjoys the poem and feels grateful because she has nowhere to go before she sleeps. Her eyes twinkle as she watches the villagers, each one finding solace and comfort in the world she has created. She feels a profound connection with each of them, knowing that the books they read and the dreams they have within these walls are part of a shared experience, a magical journey through the night. Her heart swells with joy and contentment, a gentle reminder of why she has devoted her life to this enchanting place. Outside, the rain continues to fall. Its soothing melody, a harmonious accompaniment to the symphony of sleep that unfolds within the bookshop. Time seems to stand still, and the world outside fades away, leaving only the warmth, the books, and the gentle embrace of dreams. A woman enters the shop, looking sleepy and happy to be there. Her name is Sophie, and she has walked from France to find the little sleepy bookshop. For months, she has walked here. She is very tired now and ready to enjoy a good read and a very good sleep. The little woman takes her raincoat from her and gives her a mug of her favorite sleepy tea. The perfect sleeping place for Sophie is a bed set in a quiet alcove, surrounded by shelves filled with history, art, and culture. The bed itself is a masterpiece, crafted from dark, polished wood and adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of old. thick, luxurious blankets and plush pillows invite Sophie to rest, promising a sleep that is deep and restorative. As she settles in, the magical system of the bookshop senses her passion for art, as well as the fatigue in her bones. A section of the shelf rotates, and a book appears, glowing softly. It's a book filled with beautiful paintings and essays about the Renaissance, an era that has always fascinated Sophie. Her eyes light up as she takes the book in her hands, feeling the weight of knowledge and beauty that it contains. As she looks through the bookshop, turning the pages for her, Sophie is transported to the streets of Florence, walking beside Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, feeling the vibrant energy of creativity that marked that time in history. She can smell the oil paints. She can hear the soft chatter of the artists at work. And she can see masterpieces come to life on canvas and in marble. Each page is a new discovery, a new connection to a time long past. Sophie is lulled into a deep state of relaxation. Her body sinks into the bed, and her mind drifts between the Renaissance and the present. A beautiful dance of memory and imagination. Eventually, Sophie's eyes close, and the book rests upon her. Her breath slows, and she drifts into sleep, a peaceful smile on her face. In her dreams, she continues her journey, exploring worlds within worlds, all guided by the magic of the little sleepy bookshop. The bookshop has embraced the night, becoming a haven of rest and dreams. A deep tranquility settles over the rooms. People sleep within the trees' branches, on the luxurious beds atop the bookshelves, in the little alcoves, and in the hammocks. Thomas, nestled among the branches of the giant tree, drifts through dreams of faraway lands and wise old sages. The group by the fireplace have fallen asleep, dreaming of Peter Pan and his adventures. Sophie's sleep is deep, the perfect conclusion to her long journey. And the little woman has fallen asleep in her rocking chair. All is quiet. All is safe. All are sleeping peacefully in the little bookshop of sleep. Nathaniel loves his antique store. He has spent nearly every day of his long life in this place. You might say that he is almost an antique himself. And if you were to compare him to the other antiques in his store, he certainly has as many stories to tell. In fact, the antique store itself is, well, pretty old. It is called Nathaniel's, for it was founded by Nathaniel's great-great-grandfather, and his name was, yes, you guessed it, Nathaniel. Now you might be wondering where this antique store is and what does it look like? Well, I can certainly tell you what it looks like, but where it is, well, all I can say is that it is in a land far, far away. When one enters the antique store, there are all manner of artifacts. It is, some say, like walking into many different histories. But what people often talk about most when they visit Nathaniel's is the smell. Now, it's not a bad smell. In fact, quite the opposite. The smells are many and varied, but they all have one thing in common. They all smell of different times in history. Now, your next question might be, what kind of people visit Nathaniel's? And the answer would be all kinds. But, and here's the best part, only very special people get to visit at nighttime. And tonight, my friend, you are the invited guest. As you enter the shop, you are greeted by the kindly, smiling face of Nathaniel. Hello, my friend. Would you like a cup of lavender tea? Now, take some time to allow yourself to adjust your eyes to the deeply calming, gentle candlelight. And please, walk slowly through my shop. Enjoy the objects. And one very important thing, do make sure to listen and be prepared to be pleasantly surprised. You feel very safe here. You feel very welcome, and you are. And so, you start to walk through the antique shop, Perhaps you feel that wonderful human feeling of curiosity when we are curious. We don't think about much else. When we are curious, we enjoy the moment. You come to a table, and on the table are many silver items. A pocket watch catches your eye, and so you pick it up. As you hold the silver pocket watch in your hands, you feel its weight and the smoothness of its surface. The delicate engravings tell a tale of craftsmanship and attention to detail. The watch seems to hold the essence of a bygone era. And as you close your eyes, you are somehow magically transported to the vibrant streets of Paris in the 1920s. The sound of jazz music comes from little cafes. The cobblestone streets are bustling with people. Their laughter and lively conversations create a joyful atmosphere. You look at their faces, their amazing hairstyles, perhaps the thought comes to you that these people of another era could just as easily be from our time. In a way, maybe this thought makes you feel connected and more at home in this time. The colorful lights of the cabarets and the cafes illuminate the Parisian night. You find yourself in the midst of a vibrant crowd, swaying to a rhythm as couples dance and twirl with grace and elegance. The air is alive, and the spirit of the roaring 20s is in full swing. As people celebrate life and embrace newfound freedoms. Ladies adorned in fashionable dresses and feathered headpieces glide past, exuding confidence and a sense of rebellion. You might say there is a feeling of joie de vivre, and you just stand and enjoy the moment. Breathe in this moment. You continue wandering through the streets. You catch a glimpse of the Eiffel Tower, and Notre Dame. You walk past artists sketching by the Seine, and a bohemian atmosphere lives within this city. An artist asks if she can paint you, and so you sit for a moment underneath the starlit sky by the river Seine. You watch the artist, a woman of great skill. Her eyes taking in your features, And there is something deeply calming about this moment. Being in another time, away from everything you know, away from all concerns. This is your moment. Enjoy it. Then you decide that you would like to look at another artifact. And so you say goodbye to Barris and place down the pocket watch. You continue your walk through the antique shop. You look at the wooden paneled walls, the magnificent chandeliers, the soft leather armchairs, the paintings of people from another life. And soon you find another artifact that catches your eye. It's a coin, a British coin from the 1700s. You pick it up and feel the weight of history in the palm of your hand. The worn edges and faded engravings tell a story of a time long past. You close your eyes and find yourself transported to the bustling streets of 18th century London. The cobblestone streets are filled with merchants and traders. Their voices blending into a symphony of commerce. You can almost smell the aroma of freshly baked bread and hear the cries of street vendors selling their wares. It is almost otherworldly as you walk alongside gentlemen in their fine attire, their powdered wigs and elegant coats, a symbol of their status and wealth. Ladies in elaborate, magnificent dresses and feathered hats pass by, their parasols shielding them from the sun. Carriages rattle past, pulled by magnificent horses, their hooves clattering on the cobblestones. You are in the heart of the city. You look down the river and see the Tower of London in the distance. You are near St. Paul's Cathedral. The grand architecture and intricate details of these buildings remind you just how advanced these people were in so many ways hundreds of years ago. Just like you, people go about their daily lives, from merchants and craftsmen to artists and intellectuals. This place feels alive with an intellectual and artistic spirit. As thinkers and writers gather in coffee houses to exchange ideas and debate the issues of the day. You decide that it's time to return to the antique shop. And so you place the coin down and continue to enjoy this magical place. You decide to pick up one more artifact, and this time it is an ancient African wooden sculpture. You hold it and feel its weight, a sense of deep tradition is within this artifact. The intricate carvings depict a tribal figure and capture the essence of African artistry and cultural expression. You close your eyes and find yourself surrounded by vibrant landscapes as the sun sets over the African savanna. Giraffes gracefully stretch their long necks to reach the leaves of acacia trees. While a gentle herd of elephants walk silently in the distance. As day turns to night and our constant friend the moon shows its harmonious face again, the stars shine above you. And you are welcomed by a small tribe of humans who sit around a campfire, sharing stories, laughing and smiling. And all the while, you feel incredibly safe and welcome here. You breathe in this moment. You breathe in this vast land. And allow yourself to feel gratitude, to have experienced this very special visit to this very special antique store. Nathaniel's store is in a little village, far, far away from all that you know. In fact, I don't think I mentioned this the last time we visited Nathaniel's, but Nathaniel's store is in fact in the same little village as the Sleepy Bookstore. Now, not many people know how to find Nathaniel's, but just so you know, it is third on the right after the plant store. Also, not many people get to visit the antique store because, well, not many people can find it. But now that you know where it is, allow your imagination to bring you to the outside of the store. It's nighttime, and the village sleeps, and the store looks beautiful. But it also looks closed. But don't worry. Nathaniel has been told of your arrival and has kept the antique store especially open for you. He only does this for special visitors. And because you are special, you get a nighttime visit to Nathaniel's. Now, Nathaniel has run this store for many, many years, like his father before him, and his father before him, and his father before him. And now, Nathaniel stands before you and welcomes you into the store. He is a tall, slim, elderly man with twinkling, knowing, bright blue eyes, and old but smart clothing. He wears an old bow tie, a worn checked shirt, and baggy trousers. And over it all, he wears an apron, an old brown apron. "Welcome, my friend," he says to you. "Have you been here before?" "Very good. Well, feel free to have a browse and stay as long as you like. I have all night, he says to you. There is something magical about my store at nighttime. It's almost like the antiques come to life. I really hope you enjoy looking through the place. If you have questions, just ask. Oh, and I'll get you a cup of lavender tea. You feel welcome and safe here, and perhaps a little bit excited to enjoy this wondrous place. You begin to look around. The store is a treasure trove of history. Each piece with its own story. The wooden floorboards creak softly under your feet, a comforting sound that speaks of the countless souls who have wandered through this space before you. The air is filled with so many wonderful smells. Old paper, polished wood, and a hint of lavender all around you. Shelves and display cases are carefully arranged with an assortment of artifacts, and in the candlelight they look almost otherworldly, certainly very beautiful. There are clocks that have ticked away the hours of centuries. Delicate porcelain figurines, their painted expressions frozen in a moment of silent conversation. Leather-bound books whose pages hold the thoughts and dreams of authors long past. Nearby, a collection of vintage lamps and chandeliers, though unlit, catch the candlelight and reflect it back in a subdued sparkle. Where have these artifacts been before? Where have they lived? What have they witnessed? Have these lights hung in grand houses of the 1700s? Have these pocket watches been worn by gentlemen of early 19th century London? Have these grandfather clocks adorned the great houses of Paris or Austria or Romania in the early part of the 19th century? What about these fountain pens? Have they been used to pen a love letter written in a garden all the way back in the 1910s? Maybe a lovesick young woman has written to her husband fighting in the Great War, using this very pen. These artifacts are more than just artifacts. They are tools. No, they are more than tools. They are friends. They are friends of humanity. They are creations of humanity. They are, in a way, extensions of our inner worlds. They come from the ideas of great people and are manifested here in front of you. They have lasted because they are quality, because they are made with care, because time has been taken, love has been put in to each one of these artifacts, these antiques that have been here long before you or I, and will probably remain after we are gone. The warmth of the light, the richness of the air, and the quiet beauty of the objects around you combine to create a sense of stepping through a portal into another time, a place where the magic of the past is kept alive in the gentle glow of candlelight. There is a reason why it is known to be special to visit Nathaniel's at night. It is because you find a connection to these objects much deeper than in the day. Now, an object catches your eye. A vintage compass resting within a polished wooden box lined with velvet. The compass itself, with its aged brass casing, speaks of many voyages, and the hands that once relied upon it for direction across unknown seas and lands. The compass's face is a marvel of craftsmanship. Its delicate needle poised, as if ready to guide the next traveler. Around the dial, The cardinal points are engraved with exceptional care. As you lift the compass from its resting place, the needle swings gently before settling, aligning itself with the magnetic pull of the earth. Holding the compass, perhaps you feel a connection to it, not just to the places it has been, but to the stories it holds. The weight of it in your hand is a tangible link to the past, to the adventurers and wanderers who once looked to it for guidance under starlit skies. Nathaniel, observing your interest, approaches with a smile that holds a depth of understanding. He hands you your lavender tea. That compass, he begins, has seen more of the world than most. It's a bearer of tales from distant lands, a witness to the courage and curiosity that drive us as humans to explore. His eyes, bright and knowing, reflect the flicker of the candles, emphasizing the importance of this artifact. Nathaniel leaves you in peace, and as you continue to look at the compass, something a little out of the ordinary happens. You feel the need to close your eyes, and as you do, the compass in your grasp gently warms. The environment around you dissolves into a cascade of colors and sensations, and when clarity returns, you're no longer in Nathaniel's antique store. You find yourself aboard a tall ship. The sturdy wooden deck beneath your feet, the vast open sea surrounding you. Under an expansive sky, you feel completely safe and completely welcome here. You've arrived in the age of discovery, an era when the world was ripe with new frontiers and the promise of unseen lands. This is a time of great mystery, when much of the world was still undiscovered, when people would sit in one part of the world and could only imagine what it was like in another part of the world. There was no fast access to information, and it took months to travel any significant distance. The air is filled with the salty tang of the ocean, mingling with the aroma of tar used to seal the ship's planks. Above, the sails billow with a robust wind. The crew around you is a flurry of activity. Each member clad in the attire of the time. Loose shirts and trousers, weathered by the sun and sea, and tricorn hats, shielding their eyes from the glare above. Their language, a mixture of old dialects, fills the air, a fascinating blend of commands, banter, and the occasional sea shanty. Observing these people of the past, perhaps you're struck by how they look just like you or me. Put them in some modern clothes, and they could just as easily live in our time. Their faces are a little more weather-beaten, perhaps, than you or I, but they look determined and are alive with the spirit of adventure. Each face telling a story of sacrifice and relentless pursuit of the unknown. The captain, with his astute gaze and steady hands, consults the very compass you brought with you, navigating not just the ship, but the fate of all aboard towards new discoveries. As the day goes on, you watch the crew go about their duties, hoisting sails, manning the helm, and scanning the horizon for signs of land. The rhythm of life here is dictated by the sun, the wind, and the sea. Standing on deck, perhaps you notice the sheer magnitude of the ocean's expanse, a humbling reminder of the vastness of the world and the courage it took to explore it. Breathe in this moment, feeling safe. Enjoy this moment, far away from all that you know. You have no worries here, no commitments. This is your time. The captain notices your interest in the compass and in the ship. He invites you to his quarters. You are his guest. His cabin is the biggest on the ship. It is quite a fine room, meticulously organized and beautifully decorated with detailed carvings of wood. There is a fine window at the end that looks out onto the ocean, and the room is filled with maps scattered across a large oak table, and the walls are adorned with navigational tools that have guided him through many voyages. It is darker in here, and so the glow from a small lantern casts a warm light, making the cabin feel inviting in the midst of the vast open sea. He begins to speak, his voice carrying the weight of years spent navigating the unknown. The sea, he says, is both our greatest challenge and our most profound teacher. It teaches us about our limits, about our potential, and about the inexhaustible capacity of the human spirit for curiosity and exploration. Dressed in a coat that has weathered many storms, this man's eyes reflect a deep understanding of the world. Every journey is a leap into the unknown, he continues. But us humans, we have a desire to see beyond the next wave, beyond the horizon. We are driven by the belief that there is always something more to discover, something beyond the edge of the map. The language he speaks is in fact an old form of English, but somehow you understand him. His words resonate deeply, transcending time. The world is vast, and the more we explore, the more we realize how much remains unseen, unknown. It is this endless pursuit of knowledge this unquenchable thirst for understanding that defines us, that unites us across ages and cultures. He gestures to the maps and tools around him. These are not just instruments of navigation. They are symbols of our journey as humans. Our explorations are not just about discovering new lands, but about uncovering new possibilities within ourselves, about stretching the boundaries of what we believe is possible. Perhaps as you listen to the captain speak of human endeavor and curiosity, you're struck by the timeless nature of human exploration. It's not just about the physical journey across the seas, or indeed, in our time, across space, but the journey within, the exploration of our own depths and capabilities. In his quarters, surrounded by the tools of navigation and the maps of the world, perhaps you feel a deep connection to these explorers of the past. The captain, with a thoughtful pause, now suggests, before the day ends, you should venture back to the deck. There's a beautiful sunset approaching that promises to be unlike any you've ever witnessed. He stands and leads you to the door of his quarters. His movements sure and steady. A lifetime at sea evident in his gait. The end of the day, he muses, is a time for reflection, for appreciating the journey thus far and anticipating the adventures that lie ahead. The sunset, with its myriad colors, is a daily reminder of the world's beauty and the cycle of life and exploration that continues with each passing day. As you step out onto the deck, the air feels cooler. But the scent and the feeling of calm is palpable. The crew seems to have slowed their pace. Some standing along the rails, their faces turned towards the horizon, anticipating the evening spectacle. The vast ocean, previously a deep blue, now begins to catch the early hints of the setting sun's palette. Orange and pink touching the waves. The horizon is clear, save for a few distant clouds that promise to catch the sunset's colors and amplify its beauty. You sit down, as do most of the sailors, and as if in some sort of church, a beautiful silence descends upon the crew. As the sun begins its descent, the sky transforms. A live performance of light and shadow. The colors deepen, spreading across the sky, reflecting on the water, turning the sea into a mirror of the heavens above. Sitting on the deck of the ship, surrounded by the silence of the crew and the vastness of the ocean, you are witnessing a moment of great peace and beauty, shared with explorers of the past, humans that are long gone now, but made a strong contribution to the discoveries of our world. It's a scene that connects you across time to all those who have stood watch over the sea. Perhaps the captain's words echo in your mind, a reminder to cherish these moments of wonder. As the last traces of the sunset fade into twilight and the sky dons its starry cloak, the sailors gather around, eager to share one of the sea's oldest arts with you, navigating by the stars. The deck becomes a classroom, the heavens their chalkboard, as these seasoned mariners point towards the celestial bodies that have guided their paths across the open waters for centuries. One of the sailors, a man with eyes as keen as an eagle's begins to explain. See there, he points towards the North Star, Polaris, a constant in the night sky. She's our faithful guide, always fixed, always true. When you find Polaris, you find North, and from there, you can chart your course anywhere. The crew's admiration for the stars is palpable. Their knowledge, passed down through generations of sailors who relied on these glittering points of light long before the compass or GPS. The constellations, another sailor adds, pointing to a group of stars shaped like a hunter. They tell stories, but they also tell us where we are. Orion there, he's most visible during our winter voyages, a beacon for sailors. As the lesson unfolds, you're introduced to the concept of navigating by the stars. It's about understanding the sky's map. A young sailor chimes in, his enthusiasm for the tradition evident. The stars are more than just light. They're tools, markers that help us traverse the vast sea. Now lying on the deck, completely relaxed, you gaze up at the Milky Way, its band of light, a river of stars flowing across the sky. Breathe in this moment. Enjoy the simplicity of this moment. Really allowing yourself to relax now. The sailors shared tales of their nights at sea, of storms weathered and calm waters sailed, all under the watchful eyes of the stars. And after this mesmerizing experience, you start to feel sleepy. So one of the sailors, a kind-hearted soul, with years of the sea etched into his face, gestures for you to follow him. He leads you through the ship's narrow passageways, and finally you arrive at a door. He opens it to reveal your private room for the night. It's a modest space, yet there's a certain charm to it that makes it immediately welcoming. The room is lit by a small lantern that casts a soft, golden glow, creating an atmosphere of warmth and coziness that contrasts with the vast, open sea outside. The centerpiece of the room is a single bed, its frame made of the same sturdy wood that makes up the ship. The mattress looks inviting, covered in clean, simple linens that promise a comfortable rest. Beside the bed, a small porthole offers a view of the night sky, allowing you to gaze at the stars from the warmth of your room. A small desk stands against the wall with a quill, ink, and parchment set neatly atop it. A space where countless sailors have likely penned letters home or recorded their thoughts under the silent watch of the stars. Perhaps this is a moment for you to write your thoughts, or perhaps you are very sleepy and it's time for bed. The sailor wishes you a good night, and with a nod and a smile, leaves you to the quiet of your room. As you prepare for bed, the gentle rocking of the ship and the distant sound of the waves against the hull lull you into a state of peaceful readiness for sleep. Here, in this small room on the vast ocean, you find yourself enveloped in the timeless rhythm of sea life, ready to drift into dreams filled with stars, waves, and the spirit of adventure. And it all started with a compass in Nathaniel's antique store in a little village far, far away. So, allow me to tell you that this plant shop is home to someone and something quite extraordinary. Some call him Walter, but others, and by others, I mean only very few people in all of history, call him the Wizard of Sleep. So, now that you know a little background, why don't we go and visit Walter? Walter is watering the plants. It's evening time on a cozy, rainy autumn evening, and Walter is doing what he loves. He moves from plant to plant. The shop is dimly lit, and he feels so present and at one with his plants. It's like they are his friends. It's like he knows each and every one of them. He has a history with these plants. Some of them he has known all their lives, since they were seeds, and some of them offer him more than friendship. For Walter is the one who, over many years, some say centuries, created the elixirs of sleep. I say elixirs and not elixir, because there are more than one. One elixir helps one kind of person, and another helps another kind of person. You'll see what I mean as the story progresses. This shop is a cozy place, filled to the brim with pots and plants of every kind. The dim lighting casts gentle shadows, making the greens of the leaves seem deeper, more alive. Around Walter, the shop unfolds in a series of small rooms, each one a secret garden waiting to be discovered. Here, a cluster of lavender plants exudes a calm scent. There, a group of chamomile flowers nestles together, their white petals closed in sleep, as if dreaming. Then there are the bigger plants, like the Swiss cheese plant, and the various beautiful palms that create almost a tropical feel. But the heart of Walter's world, the source of the fabled elixirs of sleep, lies hidden beyond a plain wooden door at the back of the shop. Only those who know what to ask for can enter this place. Inside, rare plants, Walter's closest kept secrets, thrive under Walter's care. A night-blooming jasmine releases its sweet fragrance into the air. Beside it, an ancient valerian plant stretches its roots into the soil, and along the walls, hops vines climb, their flowers ready to be harvested and brewed into one of the elixirs. Now, Walter, with a flask in hand, prepares to gather the essence of these plants. But before he does, he just stands in his little shop and closes his eyes and breathes in this moment, breathing in the scents of the shop around him, and breathing out any unwanted tension. Walter loves this place. He appreciates every moment spent here. The process of collecting the essence is a quiet ritual, a kind of dance of appreciation between the wizard and his botanical charges. Each step, from the gentle plucking of the flower to the careful distillation of its essence, is performed with a reverence that turns the mundane into the magical. As he works, surrounded by the plants he loves, Walter feels a contentment that only comes from knowing he's about to add a bit of magic into the world. Tonight, as he does on every night, he will craft his elixir in readiness for the next person who might come and seek his wisdom. And funnily enough, just as he's thinking that it's been a while since he's had a visitor, the little bell above the shop door tinkles, announcing the arrival of one such visitor. Walter looks up from his work, a mixture of surprise and curiosity lighting up his face. The door creaks open to reveal a small old woman, her coat drenched from the rain, a woolen scarf wrapped tightly around her neck. In her eyes, there's a look of determination, or perhaps tiredness, that speaks of someone in need of sleep. She moves slowly around the shop, her gaze lingering on the greenery that fills every nook and cranny. Each plant she passes seems to lean towards her, as if offering comfort. After a few moments of silent wandering, she approaches Walter. Her voice, when she speaks, is soft but clear, carrying through the quiet shop. "I've come for the elixir," she says, the words hanging in the air between them, like a secret long forgotten. Walter's surprise is palpable. Many years have passed since anyone last came seeking one of the elixirs of sleep. He studies the old woman for a moment, taking in her stooped shoulders and the tired lines etching her face. "How did you hear about my elixirs?" he asks, his tone a mix of curiosity and caution. She smiles, a faint, wistful thing that doesn't quite reach her weary eyes. "My grandmother told me when I was but a girl. She said there was a wizard in a plant shop who could brew sleep in a bottle. I didn't believe her until now. Until..." Her voice trails off, but there's no need for her to finish. Walter understands all too well the toll of her tiredness. Nodding slowly, he gestures for her to follow him. "Then you have indeed come to the right place," he says, leading her towards the back of the shop. The wooden door, plain and unassuming, stands before them. As they approach, Walter can't help but feel a stirring of something long dormant. Anticipation, perhaps, or the simple joy of sharing his gift. The old woman's presence, her belief in the stories of her grandmother, bridges the gap between past and present, reminding Walter of the deep, enduring power of his elixirs. He pushes the door open, revealing the room beyond. This space is cozy, intimate, lit by the soft glow of lanterns hanging from the low ceiling. The walls are lined with shelves, each one filled with jars and bottles of varying shapes and sizes. The air is so soothing in this room. The old lady feels instant calm being here. She tells Walter that her little dog has been barking a lot lately, and so she hasn't been sleeping. Walter nods with kind understanding. It feels like these two are friends who have never met, and she feels very welcome and safe in the wizard's plant shop. In the center of the room stands a small wooden table, its surface worn smooth by years of use. Beside it, a pair of comfortable chairs invite them to sit, to share in the ritual of the elixir's preparation. Walter guides the woman to one of the chairs, offering her a seat with a kind smile. As she settles in, her eyes roam the room, taking in the details. The way the lantern light flickers against the glass jars, the gentle sound of the rain tapping outside, and the warmth of the room, which adds to the coziness. Walter moves to a small cabinet, opening its doors to reveal an array of ingredients, each one integral to creating this particular elixir of sleep. With practiced hands, he selects what he needs, bringing them to the table, where a small, delicate bottle awaits. He works silently, but with a sense of reverence for the task at hand, mixing, grinding, and pouring with a precision born of decades of experience. The old woman watches, mesmerized by the wizard's meticulous process. There's a magic here, not just in the creation of her elixir, but in the care with which Walter handles each component, the respect he shows for the ingredients and the process alike. Finally, Walter holds up the bottle, now filled with a liquid that will help the old lady in ways she could never imagine. He passes it to the woman, his eyes meeting hers. "Take this," he says, "and may it bring you the peace you seek. Give a little bit to the little dog as well. It won't do him any harm." The woman accepts the bottle, her hands trembling slightly, with a mix of anticipation and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispers, the words barely audible, but heavy with meaning. She bids good night to Walter and leaves the little plant shop. Some time later, on another rainy night, the bell above the door chimes softly as a new visitor steps into Walter's plant shop. This time, it's a young man, his clothes splattered with paint, his eyes alight with a creative fire. He moves through the plant shop, his gaze darting around, taking in the lush greenery that fills the space. There's an intensity to him, the kind that comes from nights spent chasing the elusive perfection of art, from hours lost in the flow of creation. He approaches Walter, who has looked up from his work, always ready to welcome another soul into his haven. "I've heard you're some kind of a wizard of sleep. I need something to keep me awake," the young artist says. "The night is when I come alive, when my best work comes to life. But my body, it craves sleep, and I can't afford to lose the inspiration when it strikes." Walter the wizard studies him for a moment, seeing not just the artist before him, but the countless others who have sought to push beyond their natural limits for the sake of their passion. "You seek to bend the night to your will," Walter muses, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "But perhaps what you need is not to ward off sleep, but to find a balance that lets your creativity flourish without burning out your spirit." The artist looks skeptical, but there's a part of him, perhaps the part worn down by restless nights, that is willing to listen. Walter gestures for him to follow, leading him deeper into the shop past the familiar greenery and into the heart of his mystical world. They step into the cozy room at the back, the same room where the old woman found her elixir of sleep. But this time, Walter heads to a different set of shelves, his finger trailing over the jars and bottles until they settle on a particular one. "This," he says, holding out a small vial filled with a liquid that seems to pulse with a light of its own. "This is not to keep you awake, but to help you harness the power of your dreams. Drink this before you rest, and let your mind wander the landscapes of your imagination. You may find that the visions you see in your sleep fuel your artistry more than any forced wakefulness could." The young artist takes the vial, curiosity overcoming his initial resistance. There's a part of him, a part that believes in the magic of creation, that wonders if perhaps this wizard of sleep holds the key to unlocking new depths in his heart. "Thank you," he says, his voice carrying a new note of hope. As he turns to leave, vial in hand, he feels a lightness that he hasn't known in a long while. Perhaps tonight he will discover the true source of his creativity, nestled within the dreams that await him. On another night, on yet another rainy evening, the door to Walter's plant shop opens to admit a new visitor. She is what seems to be a businesswoman, her sharp attire and brisk manner marking her as someone more accustomed to the boardroom than a quaint plant shop. Even as she steps inside, her eyes remain glued to the screen of her phone, fingers swiping incessantly. Walter observes her from his place among the plants, noting the way that she barely glances at the greenery surrounding her. Her attention is captured entirely by the digital world in her hands. It's a scene he's become all too familiar with. The modern malady of constant connection. The woman seems reluctant to speak, but then approaches Walter. I was told to come here. They said you could help me. She seems lost and in need of healing. Walter approaches, his demeanor calm. He knows that he can help her. The need for rest is something we all share, even those who think sometimes that they've risen above such earthly concerns. The mind, like the body, needs time to recover, to dream, to wander paths not found on any screen, Walter tells her. The woman briefly looks at Walter. There's a flicker of something. Exhaustion, perhaps, or the faintest glimmer of recognition that his words hold truth. With emotion for her to follow, he leads her towards the back of the shop, to the room that has seen the beginnings of many journeys towards rest and rejuvenation. The woman sits down, still occasionally glancing at her phone, but the cozy room seems to soften her, and she begins to notice what is around her. The beauty and calm of this place is beginning to show her another path. She breathes in this moment, in and out. Now Walter selects a different concoction, one designed not just to induce sleep, but to gently wean the mind from its addiction to ceaseless stimuli. This, he explains, handing her a bottle with a liquid that catches the light, is to help you disconnect, to remind your mind of the peace that comes from simply being. The businesswoman accepts the bottle, her expression one of skepticism mixed with a weary hope. Perhaps somewhere beneath the layers of cynicism and stress, she longs for the escape that Walter the Wizard offers. For a night free from the glow of her screen, and the weight of her responsibilities. "Thank you," she says. And for the first time since she entered, her words carry a hint of genuine gratitude. As she leaves the shop, bottle in hand, there's a pause in her step, a momentary hesitation that suggests she might just be ready to rediscover the restorative power of sleep. As the little village settles into the deep silence of the night, rain still tapping against window panes, we turn our gaze to the homes of those whose lives have been touched by Walter in our story. The old woman, her loyal dog, now silent beside her bed, lies in a peaceful slumber. The elixir has worked its magic, and for the first time in many nights, both she and her companion rest deeply. In her dreams, she walks through sunlit fields, her steps light, her heart unburdened by the weariness of sleepless nights. Across the village, in a small attic room filled with canvases and paint, the young artist sleeps with a serene expression. The vial's contents have guided him to a wonderful place where his imagination soars without bounds. His dreams are vivid, and they are bringing a whole new element of life to his creative existence. Not far away, the businesswoman experiences a quiet unlike any she's known in recent memory. Her phone lies forgotten, its screen dark, as she journeys through a landscape of dreams, a landscape of peace. And above the little plant shop, in a room that smells faintly of earth and growth, Walter himself sleeps, surrounded by the gentle presence of his plants, his constant friends. He sleeps the contented sleep of one who has spent his days in the service of others, His dreams are simple, reflections of the quiet joy he finds in his daily and nightly communion with the natural world and all of his friends, the plants. There is a village, far, far away, where sleep lives as the most important element of the lives of the villagers. You might have heard of this village, for here is the Bookshop of Sleep, the plant store of sleep, and other magical stores. And in this village, there is also a store called the Candy Store of Sleep. Now, this candy store can be tricky to find. You take the third on the right, and then second on the left, past the Astronomer's store, with its array of telescopes and star charts displayed in the window. And there it is, the Candy Store of Sleep. Now from the outside, this looks like a regular, quaint little candy store. It appears charming and unassuming, with a hand-painted sign above the door that simply reads, Candy. The window displays an array of colorful candies, each piece more inviting than the last, from soft, pillowy marshmallows to rich, dark chocolates. As you step inside, the warm, sweet aroma of sugar and spice meets your nose. This is a place of safety, and you already feel welcome here. The store is cozy, with old-school wooden shelves lining the walls. In a way, you feel like you're stepping back in time, to a simpler time. Perhaps to a kinder time. Each shelf is filled to the brim with jars of candies in every color and shape imaginable. Soft, gentle light fills the space, as it is nighttime here now, and you are a very special customer. Behind the counter stands the proprietor, a kind old lady with a welcoming smile that puts you at ease immediately. Welcome, she says. I am Miss Sweetie. Welcome to my store. Her eyes twinkle with a hint of mischief. suggesting she knows secrets about sleep and dreams that few others do. She wears a simple apron, and her hair is tied back neatly. She has a demeanor that speaks of gentle authority and wisdom. As you browse the shelves, the old lady begins to share stories of her candies. Each one she makes by hand, and each one is crafted with ingredients intended to soothe, to relax, and to invite sweet dreams. Her voice is soft and soothing. She's one of those people that when you meet them, they just make you feel relaxed. She speaks of a special selection hidden away from those who seek only sugar and not the spirit of the place. If you show genuine curiosity and respect, she says, you might just get to see the secret place behind the secret door. This door leads to a world unlike any other. A place where the sky is always starlit and the ground is made of cotton candy. But you must be patient, because you must have a calm heart and an open mind, free from greed and haste, before you can enter this world. I am going to ask you some questions. And with a voice soft and inviting, she begins to ask you questions, each one seemingly simple, yet deeply profound. Each one designed to understand whether those who seek to pass through the secret door are worthy of it. Tell me, dear, she begins, her gaze steady and warm. What brings you joy on a day when the sky is grey and the world outside is quiet? Her question hangs in the air, a gentle test of your capacity to find light in the moments of shadow, to see beauty in the subtleties of life. Next, she inquires, when you find a moment of peace in your busy day? What do you choose to fill it with? This question seems to be asking about your values. To understand if you cherish the quiet moments that life offers. Her final question is perhaps the most telling. In your journey through life, how do you spread kindness to those around you? She listens to your answers, and her eyes reflect a deep understanding and acceptance. It is not judgment you find in her gaze, but rather a nurturing encouragement, a recognition of the light that exists within every heart, waiting for the chance to shine. The old lady's eyes light up with a warm approval as you finish sharing your answers. She nods gently, a silent affirmation that she has found in you the qualities she deems essential for entering the enchanting world that lies beyond the secret door. With a soft gesture, she beckons you to follow her to the back of the candy store. And as you move away from the colorful jars of candies and the cozy ambience of the shop, the wooden floorboards creak softly under your feet. The old lady walks with a grace that belies her age. You notice a subtle shift in the air, a hint of something magical. Reaching the rear of the store, the old lady pauses in front of what appears to be a simple wooden door, much like any other you might find in a quaint old building. However, as she retrieves a small, intricately designed key from the pocket of her apron, you realize that this is no ordinary door. The key seems to shimmer with a light of its own, and with a gentle turn of the key, the lock clicks open, and the old lady pushes the door slowly. It reveals a space that pulses with a soft, inviting light. Now before you lies a landscape crafted from the stuff of dreams, a vast expanse of cloud-like cotton candy under a sky jeweled with stars. The ground beneath your feet is soft, and it gives slightly with each step, as if you are walking on a cloud. Only here you can pick up some of the cloud and eat it, and it tastes delicious. The air is sweet and filled with the gentle glow of the starlight, illuminating this magical world that is both surreal and inviting. Welcome, the old lady says. This is a place where the worries of the world fade away, where joy and peace reign supreme. Take your time here. Explore. Remember you are safe, and let your heart be light. And with that, she steps back, leaving you to experience the wonders of this cotton candy world. Here, under the starlit sky, you are free to explore, to indulge in the innocence and joy of this otherworldly place. This is your adventure. As you take your first steps along the cotton candy, a voice, soft and soothing, begins to float through the air. This voice is your guide, and it beckons you forward with promises of discovery and healing. The first part of our journey, the voice begins, guiding you along a path that seems to materialize before you, is the meadow of reflection. as you enter the meadow of reflection, you find yourself surrounded by gentle hills rolling under a sky aglow with stars. The ground is covered in a grass-like substance, soft and sweet underfoot, resembling the softest marshmallow. Here and there, dandelion-like flowers made of spun sugar sway gently in the breeze, releasing tiny, glowing particles that float through the air, lighting your way. The voice explains, "This meadow is where visitors come to reflect upon their journey, to look within, and to find the peace that resides in the quiet moments of self-discovery. Each step you take here is a step towards understanding yourself, towards healing the parts of you that have been ignored or forgotten, maybe since you were a child. Take a seat among the sugar grass. Let the softness of the ground embrace you as you close your eyes and breathe deeply. The air is filled with a sweetness that seems to seep into your very being, soothing your thoughts and easing your worries. Take a bite of the grass. It tastes delicious. As you sit in reflection, think about the moments that have shaped you. Consider the challenges you've overcome and the strength you've found within. You are resilient. Enjoy this ability to reflect here. Enjoy this sanctuary of peace. In this place, time does not exist. In this place, you have permission to immerse yourself in the process of introspection and healing. With each breath, you feel lighter, as if the burdens you've carried are being lifted away, leaving behind a sense of clarity and tranquility. Now you can move on from the meadow of reflection. But remember, as you continue your journey through this wondrous world, the strength and peace you seek are always within you, waiting to be discovered in the quiet moments of reflection. And with that, you leave the meadow of reflection behind. You follow the guiding voice as it leads you towards the next marvel of this candy world, the orchard of harmony. And as you approach it, the air becomes filled with the fragrant aroma of ripe fruits. Before you stretches an orchard, but not one you've ever seen or even imagined. The trees in the orchard of harmony are tall and majestic, their branches laden with fruits, but these are no ordinary fruits, for these are fruits made of delicate, translucent candy, and each fruit glows softly from within, casting a gentle light that illuminates the orchard in a warm, welcoming glow. The orchard of harmony, the voice explains, is a place where visitors come to find balance and unity within themselves and with the world around them. Each fruit here represents a different aspect of your being, your emotions, your thoughts, your dreams, and your fears. Picking a fruit from these trees is an invitation to explore these aspects, to understand them, and to find harmony within. Walk among the trees now, and when you feel like it, reach out and gently pick a fruit that calls to you. And as you hold it in your hands, notice how it seems to pulse with a light that matches the rhythm of your heartbeat. Taking a bite, the candy fruit dissolves on your tongue, its sweetness spreading through you, bringing with it a profound sense of peace and balance. As you savor the fruit, the voice continues. Let its sweetness remind you of the joy and beauty in your life. Let it dissolve any bitterness or discord, leaving only harmony and understanding. Here in the orchard of harmony, you are reminded that balance is not something to be found, but something to be created through acceptance and understanding. It's time to move on now. Let's continue your journey under the stars. Enjoy walking along through the cotton candy. Enjoy being so far away from all that you know. The path now meanders through a grove of candy cane trees, and soon the flow of running water reaches your ears. A deep, rich sound. You emerge from the grove of candy cane trees to find yourself at the banks of a magnificent river, but not one made of water. Before you flows a wide, majestic river of molten chocolate, its surface smooth and inviting. The river of renewal, announces the voice. Here, the waters are sweet, and the flow is a journey towards rejuvenation. This river symbolizes the continuous movement of life, the ever-present possibility of renewal and change. Along the riverbank, small boats made of hardened sugar wait for those eager to embark on a journey down this chocolatey stream. You step into one of the boats. With a paddle in hand, you push off from the bank, the boat gliding effortlessly into the current of the chocolate river. Let the river remind you, the voice says, that life is a flow of experiences. Each one offers a chance to grow, to shed what no longer serves you, and to embrace the sweetness of new beginnings. Now dip your hand in the river and take a taste of this delicious chocolate. The journey down the river of renewal is both literal and metaphorical. With each bend and turn, you feel a sense of release, a letting go of old patterns and worries. The river's gentle flow is a reminder that change is constant, but it need not be feared. Rather, it can be embraced as a path to discovery and growth. Eventually, the river widens, the current slowing as you reach a peaceful lagoon. Now you dock the boat, and from the serene lagoon, the voice introduces you to an entirely different landscape. Here, the ground seems to rise. The path winds upwards, leading you toward the towering silhouette of a mountain that seems to touch the sky. This is no ordinary mountain. As you draw closer, it becomes apparent that it's crafted entirely from layers upon layers of different candies. Welcome, the voice says, to the mountain of strength. This mountain represents the journey each of us takes to overcome obstacles and reach new heights, made from the sweetest challenges. Every layer of candy symbolizes the layers of resilience and determination we build throughout our lives. As you start the ascent, you notice the variety of candies that make up the mountain. The base is solid, made of hard candies that crunch underfoot, representing the solid foundation of strength that we all start with. Higher up, softer layers of marshmallow and nougat add a level of complexity, symbolizing softer skills like empathy and adaptability that are essential in overcoming challenges. The climb is gentle but steady, offering moments of reflection on your own journey and the strength you've garnered along the way. Every so often, you reach into the mountain's layers and pull out a piece of candy, and you enjoy these moments as you look back on the view below. The cotton candy clouds far below you now, and the starlit sky almost close enough to touch. You stand on the summit now as the voice speaks to you again. Let this mountain be a reminder that you are capable of facing any obstacle, of reaching any height. Now you descend the mountain, and the voice, your constant companion in this adventure, invites you to rest. Now comes the time for rest. You can sleep in this magical candy world. You are safe here, and this place offers deep sleep. Before you lies an expanse of cloud-like cotton candy, glowing faintly under the starlight. Here, in this bed of cotton candy, you are invited to let go of the waking world and enter the realm of dreams. Let the softness embrace you. Let the sweetness lull you into a state of complete relaxation. As you approach the cotton candy bed and lie down upon it, the cotton candy shifts gently, adapting to your form. It also forms a shelter around you, making you feel more protected, and a warm blanket appears as if from nowhere, covering you and keeping you super cozy. The voice continues. Let the stars watch over you as you drift into sleep. Here, under the sky of this magical world, you are safe. You are at peace, and you are surrounded by the sweetest world you could ever imagine. In the village of sleep, nestled under the vast expanse of a starlit sky, a very old shop, known as the Astronomer's shop, stands quietly and humbly. You may have visited this village before. It's the same village where the Bookshop of Sleep is. In fact, it's just around the corner, on the right. And as you might know, it normally rains in this village. But tonight, the sky is clear, and the stars are shining down. It's a perfect night for stargazing. Above the Astronomer's shop is a wooden sign etched with the image of a telescope pointing towards the stars. It creaks gently in the nightly breeze. It is painted a deep midnight blue, and the shop almost disappears into the twilight. Except, of course, for the warm glow of light spilling from its windows. It's an inviting light that offers comfort and peace, and of course, the possibility of exploring space from the safety of this cozy little shop. Inside, the shop is unlike anything you've ever seen. Row upon row of antique telescopes, each one with its own story. These range from brass pocket telescopes that fit in the palm of a hand to grand, towering contraptions of polished wood and gleaming lenses. The air is thick with the scent of old books and metal polish. The shop's owner, an elderly astronomer named Elias, moves through his shop with a deep familiarity. For many, many decades, he has run his shop day in, day out, but more importantly, night in and night out. No one, in fact, remembers when Elias opened the shop. Some speculate that he has always been here, that there is something magical about the astronomer's shop, and anyone who has ever visited it would say there is. Elias wears a well-worn vest over his shirt. His pockets are bulging with lens cloths and tiny tools essential for his daily routines. Each telescope receives his careful attention, from the precise adjustment of a lens to the gentle wiping of a tiny speck of dust. Elias knows every curve and corner of his instruments, and he treats them like old friends, friends that give him an eye into other worlds. He is an elegant-looking man, tall with grey hair, and he wears little circular glasses at the end of his nose. He has kind eyes, and kindness lives within him. He looks forward to welcoming people and letting them gain perspective and understanding about themselves and the world around them. Not just the world that we live in, but the world beyond that. As the evening unfolds, Elias is preparing to welcome his customers. Most tend to come in the nighttime because, well, they want to test the telescopes, and Elias has the perfect place to do that. But more about that later. He tends to each telescope with meticulous care. He polishes the brass fittings until they gleam under the shop's low lights, and he carefully adjusts the focus knobs, ensuring that each piece is ready to reveal the wonders of the universe. His hands, though aged and lined, are steady and sure. He has spent so many hours, so many days, so many years, that he could do this work with his eyes closed. And in fact, he sometimes does. In the back of the shop, a narrow staircase spirals up to a small observatory which sits atop the roof. Here is the real magic of the astronomer's shop. Here is where everything comes to life under the night sky. This is where Elias shares his passion with others, guiding them to gaze through the telescopes at the great celestial show above. The observatory sits like a crown atop the humble shop, and it awaits the night's first visitors. And then, as twilight deepens into night, the first visitor of the evening steps into the warm glow of the astronomer's shop. He is a middle-aged man with thoughtful eyes and a demeanor that speaks of deep contemplation. He's a visitor to the sleepy village and was on his way to the Bookshop of Sleep when he spotted the astronomer's shop. His clothes are simple, a plain sweater and worn old trousers. But his posture suggests a man who carries many questions about the world and his place in it. Elias greets him with a warm nod and a knowing smile, and he senses the visitor's search for some deeper understanding. Not many words pass between them, and he leads him up the narrow, creaking staircase to the observatory that crowns the shop. As they ascend, surrounded by star maps and framed pictures of galaxies and nebulae, the air grows cooler and the anticipation builds. At the top, Elias guides the man to the largest telescope, a magnificent object with a wide aperture that gazes out towards the heavens. As the visitor peers through the telescope, Elias begins to talk. Did you ever wonder how small we are in relation to everything else around us? You know, they've recently discovered exoplanets, planets beyond our solar system. These have really shifted our understanding of the cosmos and our very existence within it. The man listens, his eyes reflecting the starlight. Each of us is like a star, seemingly small and insignificant. Yet, we're all part of a grander design. Knowing the cosmos helps us understand that while our time and space might be limited, our ability to wonder and learn is boundless. As Elias talks, the visitor's perspective is offered the opportunity of stretching beyond the immediate concerns of daily life. He feels grounded here. His gaze into the depths of space, guided by Elias's thoughtful narration, provides the visitor with a moment of clarity and peace, as if the stars themselves offer answers to his unspoken questions. The man peers once more through the telescope. His focus now aligns with the majestic view of Jupiter, the biggest planet in our solar system, colossal and striped with swirling clouds of white, red, and ochre. The man can see the great red spot, which is in fact a giant storm larger than the earth itself. Elias stands behind him, enjoying the fact that the man is in such awe. Jupiter, he begins softly, has been watched by astronomers for centuries. Its presence in the sky has guided countless studies and inspired the dreams of explorers and scientists. He then adjusts the telescope slightly, bringing Jupiter's 4 largest moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, into view. These Galilean moons, they're called Galilean moons because they were first discovered by Galileo. They further revolutionized humanity's understanding of the solar system. As you look at Jupiter and its moons, consider how this view challenges our perspective. These moons orbit Jupiter as our own moon orbits Earth. A reminder that our planet is not the center of everything, but just another part of a very big story. The visitor watches, captivated by the dance of the moons around the giant planet, each in its own precise gravitational choreography. This celestial sight, coupled with Elias's gentle narration, reinforces a sense of scale and wonder. It's a vivid illustration that while the universe is immense and complex, each part of it is connected. This realization provides the visitor with a profound comfort and a new way to see his place in the grand scheme of things. The visitor feels like he's found more peace, more understanding of his place, and he's feeling tired. And so, he asks Elias for directions to the Bookshop of Sleep. Elias points him in the right way, and he bids the astronomer good night, thanking him for the gift that he has offered. Elias now settles back into the quiet peace of his shop. The atmosphere is serene, and the air carries the faint scent of metal polish and aged wood. Elias moves towards a shelf lined with well-worn, leather-bound books, each one a reservoir of knowledge and tales of the cosmos. He selects a thick tome, the gold lettering on the spine, reading Celestial Mechanics and the Poetry of the Stars by Edwin Stargazer, published a long time ago. This book, which is one of his favorites, bridges the gap between the scientific and the philosophical aspects of astronomy. Elias opens the book to a marked page and begins to read out loud, softly to himself. In contemplating the heavens, one must not merely look to the mechanics by which celestial bodies move, but seek the poetry that exists within the cosmos. It is in the dance of the planets and the flicker of the stars that we see the universe composing its silent verses. The stars, each one a beacon of ancient light, tell us stories older than the mountains. The journey through the heavens is akin to a voyage across an uncharted ocean, each constellation a waypoint, each planet a landmark in the vast celestial sea. Just as the mariner uses the stars to navigate the endless waters, so too must the astronomer learn to chart a course through the eons, guided by the fixed and the wandering stars. As we peer through the telescope, the glass lens becomes our portal to the distant past. Light, traveling unimaginable distances, reaches us after centuries or even thousands of years. To observe the stars is thus to look back in time, to witness the echoes of the universe's fiery birth. Here lies the profound truth. In observing, we are not merely spectators, but travelers in time itself. Consider the moon, our closest celestial neighbor and constant companion in the night sky. Its surface, scarred by the ballet of celestial forces, shows us a dynamic and ever-changing place. The craters, the plains, and the mountains of the moon tell tales of cosmic impacts and geological upheavals. Just then, the second visitor of the night enters the store, and Elias puts down his book. She is a young woman with a thoughtful expression. Her eyes are wide with the anticipation of discovering something greater beyond the everyday. Her steps are quiet, almost hesitant, as if she's stepping into a sacred space. And in a way, she is. Elias welcomes her with a warm, understanding smile. He senses her need for peace, and perhaps answers to the deeper questions that trouble her. She looks around the cozy, dimly lit shop and Elias invites her to the observatory where the night sky awaits. They climb up the winding staircase, and as they reach the top, Elias directs her to a beautiful telescope, now aimed at the vibrant planet Mars. The girl has never looked through a telescope, and so she needs to be shown what to do. And once Elias has shown her, and she places her eye to the telescope, she can't quite believe what she is witnessing. Mars, with its rusty hues and distant icy poles, a silent desert world, millions of miles away, yet almost close enough to touch through the lens. Mars, Elias begins, reminds us of the relentless passage of time and the universe's indifference to human affairs. Yet, it also symbolizes our curiosity, our drive to reach further, to explore beyond our confines. He then shifts the telescope slightly, bringing Saturn into view. The planet's majestic rings cast a spell on the visitor. Saturn, Elias says, shows us that there's more to reality than meets the eye. Its rings, composed of countless ice and rock particles, each orbiting in its own course, remind us of the complexity and order that can exist even in chaos. Finally, Elias adjusts the telescope to point at the moon, Earth's constant companion, and as the craters, plains, and shadows of the moon's surface come into sharp relief, the visitor is struck by the serene silence, a silence she can almost hear through the telescope. Our moon, says Elias, reflects the light of the sun, just as we reflect what we learn and feel. It teaches us about the impact of small things and the beauty of calm reflection. The young woman gazes at the moon, and as she does, She takes some deep breaths. She is deeply moved by its quiet grace. The sight, coupled with Elias's words, instills in her a deep sense of connection to the worlds beyond our own. She finds grounding here. Her problems, significant as they may feel, are but tiny flickers against the vast, ancient backdrop of space. The young woman bids Elias good night, and the old astronomer now decides to do a little maintenance on a very old telescope, a brass telescope that has been a part of his collection for decades. Its once shiny surface is now dulled with the patina of time, and it requires a careful hand to restore its function and luster. He places the telescope on a large, sturdy table covered with a soft cloth to protect the delicate instrument. He begins by carefully disassembling the telescope, separating the eyepiece, the focus mechanism, and the main tube. As he works, Elias uses a small, fine brush to remove any dust and debris that have accumulated inside the tube. This ensures that nothing obstructs the path of light. Next, he applies a small amount of special polish to a soft cloth and gently buffs the brass components. The circular motions are methodical and soothing. Each rub restoring a bit of the telescope's original shine. Once the body of the telescope is cleaned, Elias turns his attention to the lenses. He carefully unscrews the retaining rings, lifts out the delicate glass pieces, and inspects them against the light for any signs of scratches or imperfections. Using a specialized lens cleaner, he sprays a fine mist onto each lens before wiping them. He handles each piece with the utmost care, aware that these lenses are the eyes through which the universe reveals itself. Reassembling the telescope, Elias makes sure every component fits perfectly back into place. He adjusts the focus mechanism, testing it to ensure a smooth, precise movement that will allow for optimal viewing of the stars. With the telescope now pristine and fully functional, he looks out the window at the night sky and feels deep gratitude for this moment. Then, the bell above the door chimes softly as the third and final visitor of the night enters the astronomer's shop. He is an older gentleman, his hair silvered with age, and his eyes reflect a deep, enduring fascination with the world around him. His steps are deliberate, echoing softly in the quiet shop as he approaches Elias with a respectful nod. Elias, sensing the reflective nature of the man, invites him to ascend to the observatory. Before they reach the narrow staircase, however, Elias pauses and places a gentle hand on the man's shoulder. Before we look to the stars, he suggests, take a moment to look around at our own world. Observe the beauty of this planet, our home. It's as marvelous a creation as any star or galaxy in the cosmos. And so he leads the man to a window first, pointing out the gentle sway of trees in the night breeze, the silhouette of the distant mountains under the moonlight, and the soft rustle of wildlife in the dark. All this, Elias continues, is part of that vast universe. We are aboard a natural spaceship, Earth, traveling through space, just as surely as any other planet. Imagine arriving here for the first time and seeing a tree or a mountain or any of our beautiful creatures. You would be amazed. These words really sink in with the visitor, and now they proceed to the observatory. As he gazes through the telescope, the one that Elias has just cleaned, the visitor first observes the moon, its craters and plains, stark and beautiful, against the backdrop of infinite space. He then shifts to view the distant twinkling of stars, clusters of galaxies, and far, far away worlds. Reflecting on Elias's earlier words, the man realizes that while he stands on earth, looking out, there might just be somewhere out there in the vastness another planet of beings looking back towards Earth, pondering similar thoughts about their place in the universe. Every look through a telescope is a two-way mirror, Elias says softly. It reflects our curiosity outward into the universe and brings the universe's mystery back to us. The visitor steps away from the telescope, deeply moved. He thanks Elias, feeling a kinship not only with the wider universe, but with our planet, and also with this wise old astronomer who has guided him to see both the outer world and his inner self with new eyes. And with a final nod and a warm smile, Elias bids his last visitor of the night goodbye. The bell chimes gently as the door closes behind the departing guest, and the quiet of the night reclaims the shop. Elias then begins his routine of closing up for the evening, a process as familiar and comforting as an old song. Satisfied that everything is in order, Elias locks the front door of the shop and then ascends a different set of stairs that lead to his private quarters above the shop. In his living space, the ambience is cozy, and Elias's bedtime routine is pretty simple, and it isn't long before he is climbing into bed. He lies back against his pillows and draws a deep, contented breath. Above him, through the skylight, the stars twinkle, and his eyes trace the familiar constellations, each one an old friend he's known for many years. And as his eyelids grow heavy, his mind wanders through the cosmos, adrift in thoughts of nebulae, distant galaxies, but most importantly, the beauty and comfort of our home, the home he goes to sleep in now, planet Earth. It's late evening, and you're strolling down a cobblestone alley in a magical city. Here, in a little twisted, turning alley, you have been told about an old magic supply store where wizard and witch apprentices have been finding what they need here for a very long time. And so, you are on a quest to find this door. As you wander through the picturesque alleys, a gentle, warm rain patters on your raincoat. Old oil lanterns provide a warm light that reflects on the wet stones, giving them a shimmering glow. On both sides of the alleys, little crooked-looking shops and market stalls of all kinds offer their goods, even at this late, rainy hour. A wizard in a deep blue coat negotiates with a merchant over the price of a flickering fireball dancing in her palm. Children dart between the legs of adults, enjoying the rainy, fresh air. Their eyes sparkle in the light of the glowing shop windows. Above all this floats the scent of roasted almonds, mixed with the sweet smell of magical smoke, rising from a nearby stand with potion ingredients. Little sparks dance in the air, ignited by the wands of young apprentices, testing their skills. On a balcony above you, an old woman tenderly tends to her plants, which magically bloom at night and stretch their glowing blossoms into the darkness. But all of this blurs into mere background action as you set your eyes upon the magic supply store. You look upon it. The facade is marked by time, with ivy clinging to the old stones and weathered wood. Large windows display a carefully curated selection of magical apparatus. Each item seems to tell a story, to whisper of distant worlds, or to hold secrets of ancient magic. It is said that this shop has been run for many centuries by an old wizard with a kind soul. And no matter who enters the shop, everyone is said to find what they long for deep inside. You are curious now, perhaps, and so you open the heavy wooden door and enter the shop. A little bell sounds, and once inside, you immediately feel a pleasant warmth. The air is filled with a light scent of old paper, resins, and a hint of something indescribable. The room extends surprisingly far back, much larger than it seemed from the outside. Countless shelves filled with all sorts of things reach up high to the ceiling, so high you can't even see the top. They extend into the darkness above. It's amazing. Magic almost. Crystals sparkle next to ancient scrolls, and jars with shimmering liquids stand next to artfully crafted amulets. Then you see an old man, probably the shop owner, bidding farewell to a customer. "I'm happy everything is to your satisfaction, Master Alaric. May the stars illuminate your path," he says. The customer, a man with silver-grey hair and deeply folded eyes nod. A satisfied smile plays around his lips as he takes his small but undoubtedly precious package and leaves the shop. Then the warm old man turns to you. He looks upon you with kind eyes, and despite his advanced age, he has within him a lively energy. His eyes, sparkling from behind round glasses, fix on you for a moment. And do you feel, perhaps, that he is not just seeing you, but reading you? Ah, a new face. He speaks to you warmly and invitingly. I sense you bring questions, and perhaps also desires that lie deeper than words can capture. He approaches you, and with a gesture he says, "Come closer. I am Merlin, keeper of my collection of wonders. Let's discover together whatever your heart desires." And without further hesitation, he begins to guide you through the maze of shelves and drawers, all filled to the brim with magical treasures. You follow him, perhaps with a feeling of anticipation, excited about what this magical place holds for you. In a corner of the shop, you see cauldrons of various sizes, standing on old iron tripods. They bubble and hiss, and you watch fascinated as large wooden spoons float in the air and stir through the colorful brews as if by magic. Here we brew potions, Merlin explains. Each brew has its own properties and requires a special kind of brewing art. In a seemingly choreographed movement, the enchanted spoons dive into the steaming cauldrons and stir precisely. You also see how the liquids in the cauldrons change colors from deep purple to bright green, and then to a calm blue. Clouds clouds of steam rise, and each cauldron carries a different, pleasant scent with it. Here, a hint of jasmine. There, the aroma of juniper. Merlin leads you further through his shop. As you walk, he points to a shelf with a collection of wands. Each wand, Merlin says, is made of a different wood, and each wand is crafted for its own particular hand. You feel drawn to a specific wand, and with a nod from Merlin, you pick it up. You feel a warm energy as you hold it. You feel like the wand has a heartbeat, and it feels like it synchronizes with yours. But there's more here to discover. You put the wand down and continue your tour. Soon you arrive at a wooden door that opens as if by magic. Merlin goes ahead, and you step over the threshold. What you see on the other side is mesmerizing. An enchanted garden, a hidden garden in the heart of the shop, under a glass roof on which the gentle drops of night rain patter. Plants and herbs grow that are not to be found anywhere else. And in the middle, a gnarled tree reaches up to the glass roof. The plants shimmer with an inner light that softly pulsates, giving the room a dreamlike atmosphere. The air here is rich and pure, filled with the soothing scents of lavender, mint, and night-blooming jasmine. You breathe in this moment, in and out, feeling so safe, so happy to be here, far away from all that you know, in this magical place. You look as the leaves of some plants move gently, although no wind blows. These plants, Merlin tells you, with an expression of deep respect on his face, are essential for our potions. They are not just part of our recipes. They are what breathes life into our potions. You walk along small paths between the beds, past gnarled roots and delicate blossoms that glow mysteriously in the light of fluorescent fungi and mosses. This place really is magic. You reach the trunk of the large tree and look up. The branches spread out like the arms of a wise protector and carry leaves that shimmer in a soft greenish glow. This tree has stood here for centuries, and perhaps you feel very calmed by its constantness, by its rootedness. You reach out and touch the tree, placing your hands on its rough bark, and allow yourself to feel connected to nature, to the past, to the magic of this place. Feel the centuries of knowledge and strength flow into you. Let go in this moment. Let go of everything. Allow this place of power to bring about deep safety within you, to bring about freedom within you. Now you and Merlin go back into the shop. His hand glides over artfully crafted bottles and boxes until it finally rests on an unassuming but elegant container. This here, he begins, with a mysterious glimmer in his eyes, could be just right for you. He opens the vessel, and a scent that is both soothing and at the same time invigorating rises to your nose. It's incense, but you immediately feel that it's not ordinary. These herbs were grown here in the garden, touched by the moonlight and blessed by stardust. They will capture the essence of your deepest dreams and help you realize them. You nod, fascinated by the idea that such a small item could hold so much power. Merlin carefully packs the incense into a small box, seals it with wax, and hands it to you. You ask how much you owe Merlin. Only 3 doubloons for a bundle of hope and dreams, Merlin replies with a wink. You place the golden, shiny coins on the table, and they clink softly on the wood. Merlin bows slightly and says, "May the incense guide you on the paths of your dreams." After you hold the carefully selected incense in your hands, a warm glow is reflected in Merlin's eyes, which almost gives the impression that he could read your thoughts, or perhaps even your dreams. "Before you lose yourself in the night, my friend," he says softly, "I would like to make you one last offer." He leads you to a hidden corner of the shop, where a comfortable armchair sits, nestled between tall bookshelves and a small table upon which a lamp with a soft golden glow rests. Here you can linger, settle down, and ignite the incense, he continues. Let the fragrance envelop your senses and take you on a journey only your heart knows. This is a place of peace, a refuge from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. You gratefully accept his offer. For the warmth and tranquility of this magical place, you sink into the armchair, which wraps around you softly, as if it were made just for you. Merlin lights the incense, and and soon spiral tendrils of smoke fill the room. The scent is indescribable. The old wizard's eyes twinkle. May your dreams guide you, and your wishes come true, he murmurs, before retreating into the shop. You are now surrounded by peace and tranquility. By the soothing aroma of the incense and the soft sound of rain. A comfortable drowsiness overcomes you, and so you sit there, listening to the gentle sounds, feeling the warmth of the light, and the weight of the world slipping from your shoulders. Here in the heart of the magic shop, you are free. Free to dream. Free to be. Free to stay. As long as your heart desires. In this enchanted space, time seems to stand still. You feel encouraged to dream, to believe in the magic that resides within you, and all around you. Allow yourself to feel a sense of contentment and joy, knowing that in this magical place, anything is possible.